Good evening, all. I would like to call to order the City Council regular meeting of Monday, June 2nd, and will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Lithcott-Ames. Here. Vice Mayor Vinker. Here. Councilmember Rectal.
Here.
Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Mayor Lowing.
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Liu.
Here.
For the record, all present.
Okay, very good. And our first item on the agenda tonight is board and commission appointments for the Architectural Review Board. So if the clerk would run through the process on that, and then we can go to public comment if there is any.
Of course. So we will be taking public comment on a board and commission appointments, agenda item 1, which is appointment of candidates to the vacancies on the Architectural Review Board. Once we close take public comment and then close public comment, the clerk's office will send out the electronic ballot to each council member's city email address. We're hoping to do live voting. So once each of the council members receives the ballot, if they could make their votes, each council member will have 3 votes, as they're up to 3 votes, as there are 3 vacancies. Once we receive all the votes back, we'll tabulate the results, and then I'll share my screen with all of the votes or the results. So
Okay, any question from council members? Okay, seeing none, we go to public comment.
There are no requests to speak and no hands are raised on Zoom. So we'll go ahead and send out the ballot right now. The electronic ballots have been sent.
While you're finishing that up, I would just like to move to the agenda changes, additions and deletions aspect of the meeting. And would one of you announce the change that's been made?
Yes, I believe it's item 12. My apologies, I don't have it in front of me. Will be deferred for additional work.
Right. So if anybody's waiting for that, they can go to bed at 10 o'clock.
In fact, so to that point, we will defer that to next week, which will involve some additional juggling of next week's agenda. But in any case, so that would be June 9th.
Right.
We'll return with that item 12.
Okay.
We are almost done tabulating the votes. One moment.
Okay. We will stand by. Triple check it before you announce it.
So all right, so we've tabulated the vote results for the first ballot. We will need to send an additional second round voting for one seat. So there were two majority candidates that received votes. We will need to send in another ballot for the third seat.
So are you planning to announce the two and then we're going to go to the third?
Sure, we can announce the two and then we'll go to the next. All right, the two candidates that received majority votes being appointed to full-term seats ending March 31st, 2028, David Hirsch and Yingxi Chen.
Okay, thank you.
And David Hirsch, just to announce the votes, received votes from Lowing Stone, Lou Vinker, Rectal, Burt, and Lithcott Hames. And Yingxi Chen received votes from Lowing Stone, Lou Vinker, Rectal, and Lithcott Hames. The second round ballot has just been set.
Would you mind leaving the results up on the screen?
One vote now. Councilmember Lithcott Hames, you wanted it up on the screen?
I think it's useful to see where the votes fell.
Yes, can we do that?
All right, we received all votes for the second round. No candidate received majority votes. We'll be sending a third round ballot.
Might I ask, City Clerk, is the plan to send a third ballot with all names?
Yes.
Okay, with that, Mayor, you may want to consider whether there's any modification to how that would proceed.
To what?
Are you, yeah, would you remove any names from consideration? Or you may just have a repeat of the same?
Or candidates that received no votes. We can, is an option.
That's the easy part. Then the next one might be whether you eliminate any others with less than
Well,
2 votes, and it's only one.
yeah, I'm certainly open to taking off the 0 votes at this point. Can we get consensus on that? Yes? Okay, let's do that.
All right.
So there'll be 4 candidates.
Round 3 ballot has just been sent. All right, the third round ballots have been tabulated. No candidate received majority votes. We'll have to do a fourth round voting. And we will eliminate Kellen from the fourth round.
Yes, that's fine. We might as well stay with this as opposed to go to closed session and come back, so. I think we're very close to electing the Pope here, so. Fourth round ballot has just been sent. Yep. We're still waiting for two council member votes.
Round 4 votes are in. Right. Oh, so sorry, wrong slide. How is that the wrong slide? All right. And Martin received majority votes from Lowing, Rectal, Burt, and Vinker. Oh, gosh. Congratulations to David, Martin, and Ying Shi for receiving majority votes for an appointment to the Architectural Review Board for full terms ending March 31st, 2028.
Welcome aboard or back aboard for those that are already aboard.
And
Good folks.
we'll be in contact with the candidates for onboarding, or now the commissioners, board members, and we will thank all those that applied.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next item is a closed session on 2 items. One, legal counsel, existing litigation on downtown vibrancy, and the other is on a property at 2575 Bay Shore. Any public comment?
No requests to speak and no hands are raised.
All right, then I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Please take the roll.
Councilmember Burt? Yes. Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Mayor Lowing?
Yes,
Vice Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
this is scheduled for, to go to 7:15. As always, we could be back earlier or later, depending on the discussion. Thank you very much. All right, council is back from the items that we had in closed session, and there is nothing to report. We have already done agenda changes, additions, and deletions, so we'll move to public comment on items not on the agenda.
We have 6 requests to speak. Our first speaker is Jeffrey S.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Jeff Shore. I'd like to share just a few reflections on last week's San Francisco Creek JPA meeting. I was glad to hear that council will plan to hold its own study session regarding the flood control alternatives for Reach 2. But first, I think we should get clarification regarding concerns expressed by the Menlo Park representative at the JPA meeting. And in order to get clarification, I suspect that the mayor would have to appoint an ad hoc committee of the council to meet privately with Menlo Park's counterparts, because what the Menlo Park representative shared during the meeting regarding his concerns stemming from the flood control alternatives presented, it was kind of circumspect and somewhat cryptic. At the heart of his concerns, he said, is that the alternatives revisit some of the proposals that have stalled the project for so long. And for some people in the community, he said, those trade-offs are not trade-offs that they're willing to make, particularly where the level of protection continues to be a moving target, as evidenced, he said, by recently updated estimates of stream flow. After the Menlo Park representative was cautioned for dwelling on a history of resistance to creek widening among certain Palo Alto residents, the Menlo Park representative invoked the old adage that those who forget history are destined to repeat it. And he noted that the inclusion of flood walls in the current set of alternatives ignores the community's history of rejecting flood walls. So based on these remarks, I think it's reasonable to draw the inference that the so-called trade-offs that some people in Menlo Park are reluctant to make are flood walls, and presumably the attendant loss of creekside canopy, particularly in light of the uncertainty surrounding creek capacity. If this inference is valid, and there's hearsay to suggest it might be, it would represent a new and last-minute objection, which Menlo Park's representative has failed to telegraph at any time during the past 2-year period in which the JPA has recalibrated creek capacity and adapted its proposed flood control measures with the support of Menlo Park staff, among others. So depending on the takeaways from the private meeting with Menlo Park, Palo Alto's ad hoc committee could be tasked to game out potential options and outcomes stemming from this apparent new perspective adopted by our neighbor to the north. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Deborah G.
I'm here to put my appreciation for the Palo Alto Police Department on public record. I was at the protest on Thursday at the courthouse, and when the demonstration first started happening, there were 6 Santa Clara County Sheriff's deputies who were just kind of milling about and just being there. And then the Stanford students walked out of the courthouse, and the sheriff's deputies disappeared. And from what I could tell, there was no law enforcement presence for about 10 minutes. This was pretty a little disconcerting, especially considering recent national events. And then PAPD did show up, and I got to watch in real time how this group of law enforcement officers controlled potentially volatile situation with the crowd. And I was incredibly impressed. I went back and I stood way back, and I couldn't tell you all the details, but they were careful, deliberate, methodical, respectful. It was very clear they were taking every measure possible, that they weren't putting themselves at any risk and they weren't putting anybody there at any risk. It was And they were just considerate and firm and polite and handled it so professionally. You know, I have a lot of bones to pick with this city, but not with the police department. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carol G.
Greetings, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and councilors, and my fellow Palo Altans. I'm Carol Garston. I'm the producer and founder of Third Thursday California Avenue, and I'm very excited to tell you that our next event on June 19th is the Local Libations Wine Walk, featuring 10 Santa Cruz Mountain wineries pouring in locations on car-free California Avenue. This is a fundraiser for the Third Thursday California Avenue Music Festival. We're so appreciative that the city of Palo Alto supports this wonderful community event. And I wanted to tell the public the wineries that will be pouring. We will be having Savannah Chanel, Vidovich, Mount Eden, Galley, Soquel, Silver Mountain, Thomas Fogarty, David Bruce, Burrell School, and Neely. And the tickets are on sale now, and people can go to 3rdthursday.fun to buy tickets. They're $45 for the 10 wineries, but Third Thursday is always free. So if people don't want a wine taste, we have wonderful music. We have the Stony Mountain Ramblers, we have the Dream Tellers, and to start off with, we have the World Harmony Chorus from 5:30 to 6:30. So we invite everybody to come out to Cal Ave and enjoy the car-free avenue and a wonderful Third Thursday on June 19th. Our website again is 3rdthursday.fun. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Noel S.
Howdy, most of you know me already, but my name is Noel Sanborn. I'm a 26-year resident of Palo Alto. I've been very involved in the Palestinian rights issue for about 26 years. And you may remember me coming here many times to beg you, practically on my knees, to call for a ceasefire resolution, which you have not done. The genocide has continued. I wanted to give you some statistics because there's recently a poll in Israel and a lot of things have been blamed on Netanyahu. But what's interesting, and actually pretty terrifying, this is a poll actually of Jewish Israelis. And according to the results, 82% of respondents support the expulsion of Gaza's residents, 82%. A further 56% favored the expelling Palestinians of citizens of Israel, 56%. And what's really psycho here is that nearly half, 47% of respondents agreed that, quote, when conquering an enemy city, the Israel Defense Forces should act as the Israelites did in Jericho under Joshua's command, killing all its inhabitants. I mean, this is bone chilling. I mean, polls obviously weren't done in Nazi Germany, but this is bone chilling. I mean, really. And it's broken down a bit. Secular Jews, only 70% support the expulsion of Gaza residents, and you go all the way up to the Haredi, 97%. Those supporting expulsion of Israeli Arabs, 38% of the secular Jews, and it goes up to 91% with the Haredi. Those believing that all residents of a conquered enemy city should be killed, 31%. That's secular Jews, 31%. The various religious groups are 59 to 63%. So this genocide is not a Netanyahu event. I want to segue, guys, this, sponsoring this water conference at Israel with Israelis at Stanford. I mean, come on, they're stealing their water from the Palestinians. That's why they're filling their pools with stolen water. You did not have to sponsor that. I mean, that was really insulting to all of us who don't appreciate genocide. And I'd also like to say, I was also at that demonstration, which was very calm, completely peaceful. And then 13 police cars, 2 vans, 2 gigantic buses with metal windows, and about 6 motorcycles showed up. I mean, this is our tax money being wasted. I don't know what's going on in
Your
your
time
heads,
is
but
up.
please tell the police that they don't need to do these things to the students. The
Your
students,
time is up.
thank you. The students have been really, really chill. Don't need to do this. Take your money.
Our next speaker is Iris B.
Good afternoon, City Council members, Mayor Lowing. My name is Iris Blanchette, as most of you may know at this point. I'm one of the founders of Vote 16 Palo Alto. Look, these past few weeks, different members of our team have come up here and we've talked about why we think 16 and 17-year-olds should have the right to vote. Well, today I want to talk about something a little different. I want to talk about what 16 and 17-year-olds will be voting on, because that's what's important. It's not just being able to have a voice. It's being able to use that voice to influence city policy, just like other citizens of Palo Alto. As I understand from reading the agendas and following the meetings, recently the City Council had a closed session to discuss a lawsuit that property owners have filed in order to prevent parking lots from being turned into housing. Irrespective of where you might stand on this issue, this is a real issue for Palo Alto citizens. It affects how much housing units there are available in Palo Alto and who can afford to live here. No matter how this lawsuit is decided, it will affect the decisions and lives of current Palo Alto youth. Because look, these are the people that will be affected by less available housing units and rising housing costs. For a lot of them, it's a deciding factor about whether or not they move somewhere else for college, whether or not they choose to contribute to our economy. We believe that it's issues like these in which 16 and 17-year-olds deserve to have a voice in electing the city council members who deliberate and sometimes vote on these important issues. It would be a net positive if they could have a voice in electing the city council members. Especially with our current political climate, what we really need are chances for youth to be politically involved. Look, we're not just doing this because we believe in an idealistic future. We're doing this because we believe in achieving results. We are also going to be looking to getting this on the ballot in 2026 in the form of an initiative, and we would appreciate any assistance that the city council might have in fostering communication between our organization and the Palo Alto community. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Avram F.
So, no disrespect to Ed Lowing or Keith Rectal, but I know from your websites that your synagogues jointly participate in a similar walk for the hostages that we're talking about in Boulder Creek, in Boulder, Colorado, every Saturday per your website. Some type of secret code is sent out to the participants. That's probably smart to keep the location of the walk secret. But these walks for the hostages, in my view, are provocative, diabolical, excuse me there. They never address the bombing in Gaza, the ongoing war crimes. They just whine for themselves. And as a Jew, they're making it harder on me. I'm unsafe because they're creating anti-Semitism by this nonsense. Now, I want to let you know, I would represent the defendant in the Boulder, Colorado firebombing case in a minute. I'd like a little younger team to assist. I would do my best to get some stealth jurors who support the Palestinian cause and raise all the political defenses in the book. And I'd flip the script and I'd put Israel on trial for its ongoing war crimes. One juror buys the defense of mistrial. I'd drive the Zionist crowd crazy with my super aggressive defense. The Constitution requires me to be a zealous advocate with an undivided loyalty to my clients. Free Palestinian jurors are heck of welcome on my jury. Now, let me just say a few other things. I stay with this. I think it's sometimes misconstrued. I call for the elimination of the state of Israel, but the alternative would be a one-state solution. I'm not talking about the extermination of my own people. That's crazy. But you all Zionist wackos are going to continue to increase the Zionism as long as the genocide continues. And unfortunately, including me, I'm going to be more subject to craziness, death threats, etc. And let me talk to you about the demonstration. I represented the anti-apartheid students in 1986. So I know a little bit about political defenses. I was at the arraignment on Thursday, May 29th. I talked to some of my friends in the sheriff's department. Everything was just fine. I don't know who called in the sheriff's department. They were the provocateurs. The demonstrators were brilliant. The speakers were brilliant. It was totally peaceful. But some Zionist wacko, no doubt, called in the police and they got triggered by that. Look at the New York Times today. They have on the front page, very little coverage of it anywhere else, the fact that 20, 30 Israelis were killed yesterday or the day before, Palestinians seeking food. Thank you.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Sven T.
Thank you guys very much for what you're doing here. This is hard, and you're volunteers, pretty much like the rest of us. I'm your resident chemical engineer here to talk about benzene and natural gas, because like everybody else here, we love our kids, we love our fellow residents, our citizens, pretty much everybody. And when we burn natural gas, which is a CH4 molecule, and I was going to be silly earlier and let's do some chemistry. But when you burn natural gas in air, air is 21% oxygen, 78% nitrogen, you get an aromatic hydrocarbon called benzene. And because we don't do a great job of hooding our stoves or venting, and you really have to do a really good job to get the benzene out, which then dumps it into our atmosphere, it contributes between 1x to 12x the cancer rates in children. That's the risk analysis. And I sent you guys a study that just came out on May 23rd. Happy to have you guys look at that study. I would love, just like we pass up these flyers in our utility bill, to have something in detail that just doesn't gloss over that 5 ways to think globally and act locally. And one of it says, convert your gas stovetop to an electric, to say, hey, because this is what it is. This is the new cigarette danger, is the chemicals from the partial combustion, and you can't do anything about it, of natural gas on our stoves, that the natural gas is provided by our utility. We had the first lawsuit of wrongful death against the petroleum companies just come up this year in a heat dome. I would hate to see our local utility sued by the residents over the risk of benzene exposure from a gas that we are supplying to our residents. Thank you, guys.
And that concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
Okay, we move now to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick update. Last Wednesday, the San Francisco Creek JPA met for a study session to discuss Reach 2 and the various alternatives that were being proposed. It was a good discussion, had some public participation and feedback, but we're still not getting the level of, I think, community engagement and feedback that we're really hoping for. And so we are as chair, I propose, we had the opportunity of maybe making a final decision as early as June. I felt that was too soon to make a decision, especially with these alternatives having just been released. And so proposed at that meeting that we have a series of study sessions within the various agencies at the JPA, and that for the most part received good feedback from the members. There was one member that expressed a little bit of hesitation to that. So we're likely going to be reaching a final decision sometime late summer, early fall, and just wanted to encourage community members to be as engaged in this issue as possible. There were only, I think, 7 public speakers that day on that item, and this is a really significant project that is going to impact a lot of our communities and be, frankly, an expensive project as well. And so getting that community feedback early on would be great. There were a couple of community meetings that were originally scheduled for this week, one here in Palo Alto on Wednesday. that's been delayed until the end of, well, likely until the end of August is when it's going to be delayed, again, just to be able to provide more time for additional feedback and for staff to be able to maybe revise some of the alternatives. We will still be having our next JPA meeting later in June, and so another opportunity for the public to be able to weigh in. So for any Palo Altans who are planning on attending that community meeting on this Wednesday, being delayed until later in August. Want to make sure that was clear for everybody. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. I just wanted to give an update on budget issues related to both Caltrain and VTA and the prospective regional transit funding measure that is being considered for the November 2026 ballot. At the last Caltrain board meeting, we had a budget workshop, and as many of you may already know, Caltrain, like BART and San Francisco Muni, have all fixed rail systems in the region are still experiencing very significant ridership drops. Caltrain, which had been a model for fare box recovery pre-COVID, means that they've been hit the hardest in their budget because they're not getting the fare box revenue. So we're projecting about a $75 million deficit in the coming years per year. VTA, which had been looking comparatively strong and still is better than some of the other agencies, is now experiencing a moderately significant loss in sales tax revenue for 2024, projected for 2025, and who knows what future years will bring. That whole anticipation, the understanding of why sales taxes have gone down as much as they have in the region was somewhat unexpected going into 2024, or I should say was unexpected. And so the agencies are trying to get a good projection on that from the UCLA Institute. But as of right now, we're continuing to anticipate lower revenues. As a result, VTA is also looking at in the vicinity of $60 million a year deficit. And the regional tax measure, which is going through the legislature, SB 63, because last year VTA and San Mateo County were not willing to sign on to the measure as written, which was a combination of not returning revenues to the sources, meaning to the counties adequately, and having a mandate for transit system consolidation to some degree. Those both San Mateo and Santa Clara County opted to not participate. This year, the state legislation does not, at the present time, include elements about agency consolidation. And we're having active discussions with the legislators on the aspects of the bill that would be necessary for us to recommend to our boards participation in that. We're still in that process, and we'll see whether we can come to that agreement. I would say I'm modestly hopeful, but certainly not high confidence that we'll be able to come to that agreement, but we're moving forward in trying to resolve those issues. Just want to prepare us here and our community for if we come to those agreements, then we're really going to need support for that measure for transit in the Bay Area and our agencies in particular to not go into what's called a death spiral, where service gets cut to try to fill that operating gap, which leads to even lower ridership, which leads to less service and downward. So it's a big issue for our region, and I'll keep you posted as things develop.
Any other council member comments? Councilwoman Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, since it was raised in public comment, I'm going to echo something Vice Mayor Vinker said last week, and if I get it wrong, she can correct the record, that the city was not a co-sponsor of the water conference, that we had offered a tour to a visiting delegate. We were asked to offer a tour or provide a tour to a visiting delegation, and we agreed, as we might with any set of visitors. It was an official tour, a standard tour, and we were listed on the conference website by way of a thank you. And I'm told that when this was brought to the city's attention that it was being conflated with co-sponsorship, that we asked for the city's name to be removed from the conference website.
And it was.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is our study session on the PPDP, Pedestrian and Bike Transportation Plan.
Well, and Mayor and Council, if I could take the moment to use this occasion to introduce you to our new leader for this team, Ria Hutabarat Lo is our new Chief Transportation Official, and today is her first day. So I'm sure we'll not expect her. You're welcome. Not expect her to provide any facts on the matter that's before you, but did want to give you the opportunity to meet Ria and perhaps have her say a few words.
Good evening, everybody. I'm really excited and honoured to serve as the Chief Transportation Official for the city. Transportation is a great passion of mine, and it's a key element in council key priorities in terms of climate action, in terms of economic vitality, social balance, and safety in the city. And I really look forward to advancing these goals for council and the community. By way of background, I came from the city of Mountain View. I've been serving for the last 7 years as the transportation manager there. And before that, I was working as the transportation manager for special projects in the city of Sunnyvale. And before that, I was a principal for a transportation firm. I also have a PhD in city planning with a focus on transportation and 2 master's degrees in city planning and transportation engineering and a bachelor's in environmental engineering. And that was also focused on transportation. I'm excited to be in Palo Alto. Palo Alto is famous for its Safe Routes to School program, for its great bicycle facilities, being a very bicycle-friendly city, a green city and a beautiful city. And I'm thrilled to be part of the team to move that forward and to be part of this wonderful team of staff in working on that. And so tonight's item is part of that process, and I look forward to seeing this great work move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and a hearty welcome. Staff, who's going to lead?
Hi, good evening, City Council. Sylvia Starlack, Transportation Planning Manager for the Office of Transportation. I have with me here tonight Ozzie Arce, Senior Transportation Planner, and Amanda Leahy, our consultant from Kittleson and Associates. Go ahead, Ozzie.
Thanks, Sylvia. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Hopefully somewhat of a familiar face by now. My name is Ozzie Arce, Senior Transportation Planner, also Project Manager for the Bike and Ped Plan update. Tonight we have about a 15-minute presentation to share about the BPTP updates, project recommendations, but we really wanted to focus tonight on the project prioritization framework and the projects lists. Next slide, please. In addition to the new director, I am joined tonight by the Transportation Planning Manager, Sylvia Starlack, as well as Amanda Leahy from the Oakland office of Kittleson and Associates. Next slide, please. Tonight, like I mentioned, again, we want to provide a quick overview and the context for the BPTP update, yet focus a presentation on the framework and the lists. as well as just quickly introducing the development of the bicycle network and the process for selecting the different facility types, such as the well-known bike boulevard and the newer concepts around the protected bike lanes. And we'll close out by sharing some of the feedback that we received during this phase of engagement. Next slide. Really, the intent tonight is to get a sense from council on whether we're on the right track with the prioritization framework by asking these key questions here. And we'll return to this slide at the end of the presentation. Next slide. Next slide. Zooming out a bit, the city's existing bike and ped plan update was adopted in 2012, and the city currently uses it as our document that supports the efforts to improve safety and attractiveness of walking and biking in our city. To put it plainly, while there's a lot of good stuff in there, a lot has changed since 2012, and both at a high level in the transportation planning space and locally as well. So it's a good time to update the plan. Next slide. I won't spend too much time on this yet. Just wanted to call out that we have shared this information with the community and council before at various previous phases. We've shared the vision statement, the objectives, and the existing conditions. And we're back here tonight to present the recommendations at this key phase of the project, because after this, we are going to be heads down this summer to put the draft plan together and be back in the fall to share it with the public and the council. Next slide, please. And I won't read through this, but you've seen a version of our initial vision statement, and I wanted to put this in front of you again to let you know we've revised it to incorporate council and community's feedback around the highlighting the All Ages and Abilities Network, as well as leaning in on the city's Safe Routes to School program. Next slide, and similarly, I won't spend too much time on here, just calling out that some of these terms also you'll find in our vision statement, trying to connect all of the vision statement with the objectives here. Next slide, please. And I'm sure we could spend a good amount of time on this slide, but what I just wanted to highlight here is that there's a lot of other projects going on in the city that are related or relevant to the BPTP update, and just wanted to note that staff is coordinating between these various efforts and ensuring there's alignment. And oftentimes, one will inform the other. Some are recently adopted plans, or like the housing element or the safety action plan that you're going to consider later today. And others are ongoing projects that relate to the bicycle network and just the idea of active transportation. Think Quarry Road Extension, think Car-Free Cal Ave and Ramona Street, even down to the planning side with a downtown housing plan. Next slide, please. And then just to really highlight the example here, like I mentioned, the safety action plan, if adopted, will be the new foundation for how we're doing transportation planning in the city. And next in the sequence is the BPTP update, which really zooms in more on the network and the facility types. And then the next piece of the sequence here being the area plans or specific plans or construction plans that dive into it further and really take it to the project's level. Next slide, please. Just wanted to note here that what we're presenting in the recommendations have been presented to the community during the last few months, as well as an internal staff working group. And so now we wanted to pass over to Amanda from Kittleson to present the recommendations. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Ozzy. Hello, everyone. So I will walk us through the approach to the bicycle network development and the recommendations and the project lists you see before you tonight. Next slide. We started with the 2012 network and that past plan, and that really provided the foundation for these recommendations. We also cross-referenced against recent plans and took community input from a number of workshops and pop-up events, feedback through our interactive survey and online comments. Next slide. And we layered all of this on these maps you see here to develop two main recommendations. Next slide. We have a set of bikeways and we have bike-friendly zones. Next slide. That you can see on this map here. And this really reflects our vision. In the future, we want all of these streets to be low-stress streets where we can see people of all ages and abilities biking. Next slide, please. You can see the departures from the 2012 plan on this slide, where we've removed certain streets and added some recommendations based on that feedback we got. Next slide. And our facility selection approach relied on 4 main types of facilities: bike boulevards and advisory bike lanes and buffered bike lanes, protected or separated bike lanes, and shared use paths. Next slide. Bike boulevards, a Palo Alto invention. We want to keep as defined as they were in the 2012 plan. So using features to promote bicycle travel, reduce vehicle speed and volumes. And these would be implemented mostly on local neighborhood streets. Next slide. Bike lanes use paint to delineate space in the road. They can be a single stripe or a buffered bike lane where width permits. Next slide. Separated or protected bike lanes, we'd implement on higher volume or higher speed streets to provide more separation between cars and bikes and an added element of safety. Next slide. And then shared use paths would be the paved off-road facilities, providing off-street connections for people walking and biking. Next slide. And we drew from national best practices and guidance to select the appropriate facility for the street to, again, achieve that low stress, more comfortable network. These recommendations identify the type of facility based on the volume and the speed of vehicle traffic. So you can see that darker blue area is where the separated bike lanes or shared use paths are recommended, while the white, the low volume, low speed streets would be where the shared lanes or the bike boulevards are recommended. And this all comes together on the next slide, where you can see the recommended facilities on the map here. Next slide, please. Thank you. So here the dark purple is the class 4 separated bikeways. The dark blue is the class 2, so those buffered bike lanes. And the bike boulevards are the lighter pink on that map there. Next slide. So we talked a little bit about changes from 2012. One thing we are trying to do with this plan is really embrace those big streets where we know provide access to key destinations. And we know whether or not there are facilities on those streets, people will need to walk and bike on them. So we do want to make them as comfortable and safe as possible. We're also looking to fill gaps and missing links with intersection projects and bike crossing projects and increase comfort across the board by, again, matching that facility type with the street context. So next slide, that got us to 125 individual projects. And we went through a prioritization process to really focus in on the projects that could be implemented in the next few years, the ones in the priority locations. And we created a prioritization process, next slide, so we could get to that implementable list. Next slide. And this is really the focus of today's presentation and hopefully the conversation after, talking through this prioritization framework, the criteria, and the project lists that we have shared with you. So this initial evaluation used quantitative criteria focused on the goals of safety and connectivity to score the 125 projects. The supplemental evaluation used qualitative criteria that was focused on feasibility and implementation to, again, narrow that list to the top ranked projects that could be implemented in the next few years. Next slide, please. So you can see a closer look at these criteria here. For the initial evaluation, we looked at the high injury corridors, safe routes to school, bicycle level of traffic stress, and access to transit. And for the supplemental evaluation, we ranked the projects in high, medium, low in terms of their performance relative to project cost and funding, project readiness, and project support. Next slide. The initial evaluation used a mapping tool and a workbook to provide these initial priority scores. And we ended up noticing that there wasn't quite as much differentiation as we wanted, and we needed the supplemental evaluation to really provide a more refined prioritization. So in the next slide, you can see the supplemental evaluation. We considered 42 projects that scored 70 or more on the initial evaluation. And we assessed these projects based on, again, those factors I mentioned before to achieve that implementable and actionable project list. Next slide. This next slide shows the ranked priority projects. The top 10 are shown on the screen, but you have in your packet the longer list. And this is intended to guide the order of implementation. It is a working draft. We are looking forward to your input. And also it may be revisited and adjusted based on factors that change over time, including availability of funding. Next slide. Next slide. So Ozzy mentioned that we have taken these lists to the public. We have participated in a community workshop, several pop-ups, and gotten feedback on an interactive map. Next slide. Summarized here some key themes from the committee and working group meetings. We've received both support and concern for those bikeways on the big streets, and a lot of comments about bike boulevards, their definition and design elements. Next slide. At the community workshop, there were about 60 people in attendance, I believe. We received a broad support for treatments, a mixture of support and concern for protected bike lanes, and overall desire for better bike boulevard design. Next slide. In the interactive map, we received over 400 comments. And again, similar themes coming up: support for specific projects, interest in regional connections. Next slide. From the online comment box, we got over 100 comments. Again, general support for some of the projects, and some comments about trade-offs with implementation of some of these projects, including the loss of parking and impacts to access for drivers. Next slide. And at the pop-ups, similar themes again, more leaning towards education and encouragement programs here, and a lot of discussion about safety, including around lighting and increased visibility. And you can see more in-depth synthesis of this phase 3 engagement in your packet, attachment E, I believe. Next slide, please. Next slide. And so again, we're coming to you here for input on the recommendations, and we will be back in winter with the draft plan. Next slide. And for our discussion today, we would like to focus on the questions you see in front of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Very thorough outreach and lots of data. Now we have to figure out how to use that. If council members would like to ask overall technical questions, we can do that, or we can go to public comment right away and then come back. Any questions? Okay, let's do public comment. How many speakers do we have?
We have a total of 16 speakers, and that includes one group of 12.
Okay, so that one will get 8 minutes, and then the other can get 2.
Our first speaker is Jim F.
Speak on this topic. I'm Jim Fruchterman, longtime local resident, founder of local nonprofits, best known probably for founding Benetech, which was on California Avenue for 20 years with about 50 people, making the Bookshare online library for all students in the United States who have blindness or dyslexia. I'm primarily here on behalf of the Middlefield Road Residents Association, an informal group that comes together whenever there's something the city is proposing that affects our street, our neighborhood. But I'm also representing other neighbors in adjacent neighborhoods who also share our concerns about Middlefield. We've come together as a group in the past when it was suggested that we raise the speed limit to 35 on Middlefield. And again, 8 years ago when bike lanes were proposed for our area, including parking deletion, and we negotiated the current treatment of combined parking, bike lanes, and traffic calming measures. I want to note here that we support fully the goals of the bike and pedestrian plan, which is to increase safety for cyclists and pedestrians, as well as encouraging people to do more cycling and more walking. But we think that there are some elements in the plan that actually are not actually in the interests of most of the pedestrians and residents of the city, and just basically decrease safety in favor of a small number of adult cyclists. I want to make 4 points this evening. They are lack of outreach, decreased safety, a dramatic policy shift, and parking and lane removal. I will conclude with a request to the City Council to look hard at changes on arterials, big streets, and the deletion of the proposed protected bike lanes on Middlefield in particular. My first point is lack of outreach. I'm here because our neighborhood is the only one where I think the majority of the neighborhood is actually aware of what's being proposed that affects us. It's not because of the city outreach, because they didn't really understand that that was what this was about. It's because the Palo Alto Weekly published an article that said there was a plan, talked about some of these issues. I dug in and I shared what this meant to our street with 150 of our neighbors. It's no accident that the Middlefield Road changes garnered the most response, because I think we're the only neighborhood that actually knows how this actually impacts us. And I think other neighborhoods will respond similarly when they begin to think about some of the actual impacts. And again, these are just a small number of the proposals, but they're the ones that I think will gather the most attention. My second point is decreased safety. As residents living on Middlefield Road near 3 local schools, we know it's unsafe, particularly for school children. Our kids weren't allowed on Middlefield, it was too dangerous. There's a reason why Middlefield is not on the safe biking roads for all 3 of the schools. We are, in our segment, a standard width residential street that has been pressed into service as a major arterial up there with Alma and Embarcadero. And we get it. It made houses and rental units on our street more affordable. But our number one request to the City Council is please don't make it worse. I think you know that speeding is very common on Middlefield. 10, 15, 20 miles an hour over the speed limit is a daily occurrence. There isn't really speeding enforcement. We have tons of accidents, actually increased accidents near my house when we did traffic calming, because we have drivers who think that there's a stop sign on Middlefield and drive onto Middlefield and get hit by a speeding car. Happened 10 days ago. So this is pretty common to us, and we don't think the proposed bike lanes will actually help. They will increase speeding and not protect cyclists at intersections. And we saw this problem with deadly effect when the mental Atherton coach was killed on Middlefield at an intersection last month. We often hear from our peers in other cities that Middlefield Road should be like Middlefield Road in Menlo Park and Mountain View. And let me assure you, there's no place in Mountain View or Menlo Park like our segment of the street. You can't make us into a 4-lane divided highway or major street that you have, say, in Mountain View. So my second point, putting bike lane infrastructure on major arterials decreases safety. My third point is about a dramatic policy shift. Our policy in the city has been to build bike boulevards on quiet streets. And so by shifting into arterials, We're going in a very different direction. Putting bike lanes on El Camino was pretty controversial, though I understand Caltrans forced this on us. But if there are through bikers, through cyclists that want north-south arterial routes, they have it. I don't think it's very safe. I think that's the #1 feedback from it. So it's a big policy shift, and I think it's going to get a lot more attention. My fourth and final point is large-scale parking and lane removal. You know, bike lanes on Middlefield, in Midtown, or Embarcadero, between Alma and Middlefield, you can't do that without getting rid of lanes. You can't do these protected bike lanes without getting rid of parking. Many of my neighbors are seniors, and they're worried very much about not being able to park in front of their house or being picked up in front of their house. I think if parking is removed on one side of our street, I don't think they feel safe crossing to the other side of the street if that's where they have to park. And our neighbors, one of the reasons I think I have some support here is they're not crazy about us parking in their neighborhoods either. The last time Middlefield was resurfaced, I parked around the corner on Seal and got a note right away. We're going to have your car towed if you leave it here. So wholesale parking and lane removal is going to be a big concern in the proposed plan for, I think, the majority of Palo Alto residents. In conclusion, I want to acknowledge the city staff for patiently answering many questions from many of our residents who were freaked out about these proposals. I note that Middlefield's protected bike lanes, items PBL 11A through D, which were highly rated on the initial list, have been moved down off of the current recommended list, an indication that the outcry from our resident association has been heard. The request of the Middlefield Road Residents Association is to delete the proposed projects PBL 11A through 11D entirely from the bike and pedestrian plan, so that we're not fighting this proposal again in a few years, or worse, have it pushed through without additional notice and outreach. And I would suggest that you revisit some of the other portions of the plan that have similar impacts on other neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Deborah G.
I think I may have more miles on a bike in the city of Palo Alto than any living human, over 250,000 by my counting. And I really like what I see. I read through all the attachments, and I think attachment D was the final general idea of what they really think are priorities, and looks good to me. About the bike lane on Middlefield, if they put, I have wanted bike lanes on Middlefield all of my life. If they're put in, I will use them all the time, preferentially for, I can give you a million reasons for that. You don't need them now. But my only objection is attachment E with the outreach, the public outreach. I'm hoping they will revisit it and reassess their approach, because I have some concerns there. So.
Our next speaker is Arthur L.
Good evening, council members. My name is Art Liberman. I'm a member of Payback, but I'm speaking only for myself. The consultants and the transportation staff have developed a very ambitious list of projects, but our committee has not discussed the prioritization framework, nor have we discussed the prioritized project list. We will be meeting tomorrow and we will discuss this. But I do have a few comments about what's been proposed. First, the BPTP update does not include the South Palo Alto Bike Ped Connectivity Project, the Alma Train Bike Ped Crossing or crossings. It should include this project. The Rail Committee held a study session on this project last week. Such a crossing has been discussed for a long time. It was in the 2012 BPTP. This should be the highest priority. Second, the update suggests many new routes and features. One reason in my mind for the new paths and routes is the enormous popularity of e-bikes by many demographics, old people, kids going to school, commuters. But there's also been a spike in e-bike crashes and injuries. Some of the users of e-bikes do not ride safely. I saw an e-bike yesterday, this morning, actually, riding on El Camino, not in the bike lane, but in the roadway, passing cars, riding in speed at excess of 35 miles per hour speed limit. And also, some e-bikers do not ride safely when there are pedestrians on separated bike bike ped paths. Several complaints have been made in Barron Park about high speed and unsafe riding of e-bikes on the ballpark path. I realize that e-bike regulations come from the state, but changes are still happening, and local jurisdictions have the authority to regulate e-bike usage. For example, Palo Alto has banned e-bikes on unpaved paths in the Baylands. I hope that council will ask the police department to enforce the existing rules and explore what rules are appropriate for Palo Alto in various circumstances. Third, I support the idea of having bike routes. I'm done. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rob S.
Good evening. Point of just clarification before I start. You said that each speaker was allowed 2 minutes. I'm representing 40 families, so that gives me about 80 minutes to share with you my thoughts tonight, Mr. Mayor.
A little less.
A little less, okay. My name is Rob Steinberg. My wife and I have lived on Bryant Street on the Bicycle Boulevard for since 1980, however many years that is. And I have to tell you, we love living in a historic district where pedestrians and bicyclists populate our streets. It's fantastic. Tonight, I wanted to talk to you about the boulevard, the Bicycle Boulevard. And when that was put in, it was originally designed to expedite the flow of bicycles by removing impediments that would necessitate cyclists to come to a complete stop. It was a great idea. Unfortunately, automobile drivers have also figured out the Bicycle Boulevard is the fastest way to get from Embarcadero Road to downtown. And it's a problem. The interface between cyclists, pedestrians, and automobiles zipping along has become a significant safety issue. And residents in our neighborhood, and particularly families, are scared to death. So tonight, I'm representing 40 families that have submitted a petition to the city asking for you to take 2 actions tonight, both that are consistent with staff recommendation that you have before you. Number 1, designate traffic calming and safety on the Bryant Street Bicycle Boulevard between Embarcadero and Forest as a top priority. And staff has done that. It's number 3 on your list, I believe. The second request we have is that you initiate some intervention soon before a preventable event occurs. We have talked about this. I've been involved with this for 10 years now. We have studied
Your time
this.
is up.
So I have one last thought that I would like to share, and I think you'll want to hear. And that is that our neighborhood would like to compliment you, the city and the council, on your vision, and particularly the city staff that has worked with us for 10 months in a professional way, communicating and being responsible with the neighborhood. So I'm asking, after more than 40 years, it's time to refresh first.
Our next speaker is Helen G.
Hello, thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight and welcome to Ms. Huda Barrett-Lowe. So I'm fully in support of moving quickly to improve pedestrian and bike safety and toward a world where vulnerable road users will no longer die in car crashes. And I'm heartened to see that intersections I consider especially dangerous, such as Middlefield and San Antonio, where there's no safe way to get across, are high on the priority list. In addition, I hope we can achieve quick wins on some easy issues. I'm not seeing that yet, so I wanted to bring a couple of those issues to your attention, which I've spoken about before. First is a 311 ticket I filed at the start of the school year about a dangerous intersection at Greer and Thomas where the stop signs are in the wrong direction. It's a safe route to school, which is not actually safe. Cars on the main road, Greer, are required to stop and yield, while cars coming out of the cul-de-sac have the right of way to just cruise on through. And it makes no sense, and one cyclist already ended up in the ICU with a traumatic brain injury due to this non-standard, non-code meeting design. And yet, it's been 7 months and no response to my ticket. Can we please respond to 311 tickets in a timely manner? And when we find a problem with an easy solution, let's fix it before another citizen ends up in the ICU. Second is the daylighting law. So in 2024, neighboring cities were publicly announcing their plans to paint curbs red near crosswalks. And still, Palo Alto was insisting they wouldn't paint a single curb red. I saw one 311 ticket where the citizen submitted a picture of a dangerous intersection with a diagram of how a child on a bike could be plowed down due to poor visibility. But still, staff shut down the ticket and said, no red curbs at crosswalks. More recently, staff has come around to the idea of some red curbs, but there's not yet a plan of where or when. Can we please get this done before the next school year starts? We shouldn't be behind neighboring cities. Palo Alto kids deserve better. The last issue is consultants. It was recently reported Palo Alto spends $27 million a year on consultants, but in some cases, those consultants give us designs that do not meet MUTCD design standards. We should get our money back.
Your time is up.
And we should not hire those consultants again. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Sven T.
Hi, Sven Thiessen here. One, thank you guys so much. 61 years old, growing up in North Carolina, one car, we had to cycle everywhere. Bike boulevard, bike lanes, forget it. Thank you, okay? So you got a hard road to show our new hire in this department because we have done so well. Second, please, as part of the documentation, have a page to honor Ellen Fletcher. Because without her, none of this would be possible. She reminds me of Lois Gibbs from Love Canal, the woman who essentially founded EPA. Honor that woman. 3, there are a lot of technological changes going on in the bicycle world. Lithium-ion batteries have come to stay. How many of you have seen moms with like 4 kids in the bucket of a bicycle going forward? She's carpooling. They're taking a bunch of friends with them to the park. We need these lanes. A lot of changes. And Pat, thank you for your work on El Camino and the bike hoo-ha. Thank you. 4th, this is hard. But if you want an omelet, you gotta scramble some eggs. Work quickly so that people don't remember how bad it was to how good it is now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eric N., followed by Mark S.
Good evening. My name is Eric Nordman, and I am a member of Payback, but I am speaking today as an individual. I was glad to see in today's slides that a correct definition of bike boulevards was used. University Avenue could be a bike route, but not a bike boulevard. A method to rank projects is difficult. For example, a $20 million project may be better than a 200K project, but likely will not be 100 times better. Projects were ranked higher on the high injury network streets, but projects that provide alternates to riding on high injury network streets got no such benefit. The term bike lane is now being used as a red flag for federal grants. We know what that means. We need to prioritize lower cost projects as federal dollars will likely disappear. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark S., followed by Penny E.
Thank you. Mark Shull. I've lived in Palo Alto since 1983, and I sincerely appreciate that I live in a place where I can actually use my bike as a primary mode of transportation. That's rare. But I also have some observations and suggestions related to BPTP. First, I think a key predicate to the study is the dramatically increased density we face going forward. We need safe and efficient alternatives to cars to solve for this. Related to this, I think there should be more to address the longer bike commutes between cities. The study is very intra-Palo Alto, and current plans don't effectively link with the primary bike routes in neighboring cities like Mountain View, Menlo Park, and East Palo Alto. Middlefield's a good example. It is a major bike corridor in Mountain View and Menlo Park, yet the through link has never been completed in Palo Alto. This is supposed to be a relatively slow road, 25 to 30 miles an hour, if not 20 near schools. Is an appropriate street for a through protected bike lanes, which would also calm traffic, make it safer and more efficient for everyone. Also, I think the plan should do more to anticipate and frankly promote the use of e-bikes. They enable a lot more riders, go relatively long distance quickly with less efforts, and haul a lot of stuff. A common complaint is kids riding them irresponsibly at unsafe speeds. I've seen this too. But it is already illegal for any kid under 16 to ride a Class 3 e-bike, period. And it's illegal for any kid under 18 to ride any e-bike without a helmet. The solution is for the police and parents to enforce existing laws and not use illegal juvenile behavior to wholesale ban or impede the use of e-bikes. Finally, two quick things. On Bryant, it's very common to have to brake quickly to not be T-boned by cars from side streets, especially Churchill. From a safety perspective, Bryant is only Class 3, and the signage is minimal. It's heavily used, and the signage for cross traffic should be a lot clearer. Also, I don't see that the rail crossing safety study of Churchill addressed one of the biggest dangers there, which is that bicycle wheels easily fall into the open flange next to the rail and throw a rider down hard or into traffic.
Your time is up.
Flange inserts would be a big safety improvement. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Penny E.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Penny Elson. Though I'm a member of Payback, I'm speaking as an individual because Payback hasn't yet discussed this report. Thank you, city staff and Kittleson, for your work on the draft list of prioritized projects. There's a lot to like here, and the recommendations reflect a sincere effort to create safer, more comfortable and direct routes, a facilities network for people of all ages and abilities who walk, bike, and roll in our community. I'd like to share some general thoughts. First, on embracing big streets. Sometimes embracing big streets is necessary. Charleston or Rostadero was an excellent example of a street where there really were not convenient parallel routes. This crosstown high volume arterial and school route. Big street projects like this are expensive and difficult projects to implement. So I'm a proponent of using quieter parallel routes for foot-powered transportation whenever possible. San Antonio Road, where the city has upzoned for thousands of new housing units, is another big street where I think probably some hard work is going to be necessary. As a frequent bicyclist who values healthy lungs, I generally prefer lower traffic volume streets with less particulates in the air and quieter bike-friendly street environments, especially when the route is direct. Sometimes bicycling big streets is necessary. So San Antonio is going to be key because people are going to be living there. Generally, I hope we will work hard on extending and expanding our network of quiet neighborhood streets and school route improvements and bicycle boulevards to support safe and convenient bicycling in town. And I guess I want to say I support what Eric Nordman said, but just before me. I hope we will focus on this network as the backbone of our bike network and improving areas where our quiet network interacts with big streets at intersections. And finally, I'd like to comment.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ken K.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Ken Kirschner. I support the proposed BPTP in general, and I urge the council to support a serious study of protected bike lanes and road reconfiguration on Middlefield Road. I understand some residents are concerned about perceived decreased safety, parking loss, and traffic impacts, but many cities have successfully implemented similar changes, like Seattle's Nickerson Street and Santa Monica's Ocean Park Boulevard, improving safety up to 65% and maintaining traffic flow on roads with similar daily volumes, 15,000 to 23,000 vehicles per day. Safety with the center turn lane is increased because turning traffic stops, but through traffic can proceed without lane changes. That's just common sense. Locally, the Charleston-Arastadero corridor demonstrates that thoughtful design can increase safety, reduce crashes, and maintain traffic flow, addressing exactly the challenges Middlefield faces today. I invite all and hope community members to join a stakeholder learning process where we can explore segment by segment trade-offs, share success stories from comparable streets, and ensure that solutions work for everyone, drivers, cyclists, pedestrians, and local businesses. Middlefield is part of our high injury network, and our Safe Streets for All plan commits us to prioritizing safety and improving the status quo. A study will give us data and solutions that benefit all. Let's use a quick build approach and work together to create a middle field that's safe, efficient, and welcoming to all. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Amy A.
Good evening. I am very excited. I think we all here are here to see this plan getting closer to the finish line. I support improved safety for bikes on more streets. I moved here to live a sustainable lifestyle, and more folks I talk to are here for that exact same reason. It's the joy of living in Palo Alto. We have agreed as a community in our comp plan that significant mode shift to biking and walking is important for our environment, health, and quality of life. It's woven into our DNA. And we have very audacious mode shift goals in our SCAP, and we need to take them seriously. Our shift is from 19% to 40% of work trips by walking, biking, and transit by 2030. They are very audacious goals, and we have a lot of work to do to meet them because our mode shift hasn't changed significantly since 2012. Thus, we need more bike lanes in more places, even on busy roads, because that's where the destinations are, and that is what will get us real mode shift. Providing safer facilities for pedestrians and bikes has the added side effect of making all our roadways safer for cars. We see it time and time again, including on the section of Middlefield Road where I live. A road diet a few years ago provided space for bikes, slowed traffic, reduced accidents and near misses by over 50%, and really made it a better street to live on. The bottom line is that protected bike and pedestrian infrastructure benefits everyone on the road. And I echo the connections issue that others have raised. As a former board chair of the Bicycle Coalition, I've interviewed hundreds of members, and 90% of them, when we interviewed them, wanted to see better connections to infrastructure in other cities. From the new University Avenue overpass from East Palo Alto to bike lanes on Middlefield and Menlo Park and in Mountain View, we need to take bridging those connections seriously to get to real mode shift. Thank you for your time tonight, and more bikes.
Time is up. Our next speaker is Randy.
Hello. Hello. Here we are. Hi. I'm going to address California Avenue space and safety. My concern right here, it matches other concerns. Jim Fruchterman's speaking about Middlefield. Bikes and scooters zoom along California Avenue right straight through the opening onto Birch. They are in the green lane in the middle of Cal Ave, and they fly through the middle of the intersection at Birch and California Avenue. They go kitty corner to Gamelandia. I did send a photo of this to City Council. My solution, I have some solutions to these problems for California Avenue. Number one, consider green lanes on Cambridge or the alleys behind shops on Sherman and alleys. If you do away with the parking on Sherman, and we already have a huge parking structure, there should be no problem for bikes to use Sherman instead of California Avenue. I'd like to suggest that you save California's open space. As Mark Twain said, buy land. They're not making it anymore. The current wide open space in the middle of California Avenue is great for strolling. Why can't we just have some empty space, some empty, safe space? I also have a concern for a sustainable lifestyle, but particularly here in the California Avenue area, the elders and the elderly, including myself. Did I mention the elderly? Bikes have come right up behind me, thinking I have eyes in back of my head. They zip to the right, they zip to the left, not thinking I could lurch one way or the other. So the solution, how about some commuting times compromises on California Avenue? Consider bike path usage to be allowed during commute and school hours, say from 6 to 8:30 in the morning, and some afternoon times. My bottom line is we've restricted cars. How come the bikes get a pass? California Avenue is becoming a bike highway. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on study session item 3.
Okay, thank you. We also have online representative from the PTC tonight who can give us a recap on a couple of pages in 124 and 5, I believe it is, on PTC. Should be a panelist.
Commissioner Chang is joining as a panelist. One moment.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So I think that the PTC's feedback was pretty well covered on packet page 124 for you, but would like to recap a few of the themes which have been echoed by many members of the public tonight, as well as highlight some of the issues that were not necessarily captured in our feedback. So overall, we're very enthusiastic about improving bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. And we, in particular, emphasized a network approach rather than isolated projects because when you make one change, it can drive traffic elsewhere and traffic patterns can change. So we need to look at a systems approach. We also echoed the concern about speeding e-bikes and enforcement. So that is something that we hope that City Council will emphasize. And we were very interested in exploring some innovative solutions like modal filtering and safe systems principles, and emphasized also the need to make clear definitions as to what is a bike boulevard, because we see on the proposed map certain definitions that members of our community may not all be aware of. There's a couple things that were not necessarily covered. One was that the plan is very ambitious, and though we are very excited about many things, we had some questions about how much of this will actually be staffed and funded by City Council. And so we encourage Council to, really put money behind some of the things that are high priority. We were in particular excited about the pedestrian toolkit concept. We suggested that perhaps there should also be a bike toolkit concept, and the idea that things can be quickly built and we can test quick hits to address some of the biggest problems in our city. But that would need explicit funding as a category, because those are not necessarily problems that we know about right now, although some of them certainly are in our high injury network. Second, it is important to make sure that our various departments are talking to each other. So as the Planning and Transportation Commission, we are uniquely positioned to see when things are in conflict between the Office of Transportation, and things that we see coming through from planning. So for example, we've seen projects proposed on Middlefield that encroached on setbacks, on some of our special setbacks. And so if it is true that we intend to have protected bike lanes on Middlefield, then those special setbacks need to be preserved. And so we hope that from an overall network planning perspective, that some of that coordination will happen so that we don't see project by project conflicts. And then finally, there was significant, this is mentioned in the staff report, but perhaps not emphasized. There was significant concern from the PTC about how the bike network includes all of our arterials, which are our busiest streets, and that there's feedback given that may have been in conflict with our safe systems approach and the Safe Streets for All plan, which says that you should lower the velocity and separate bikes and pedestrians from the fastest moving cars. So this is food for thought for City Council as you look at this plan. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, we come back to the dais now, and council members can just light up the lights and do comments or questions. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just want to open by thanking staff for the great volume of work that's represented here. Clearly a complex set of goals to try to achieve, values to try to honor, future to co-create, crisscrossing so many different city priorities and departments. It just looks like a lot. And you've really done a lovely job. And I also want to welcome Ms. Hudabarat-Lowe. Welcome to day one. When I was driving down El Camino the other day, I passed 3 kids, call them teenagers, on bicycles. and I pulled my car to a stop at the traffic light and I pulled down my window and I shouted at them, "Have you always biked on El Camino, or is this a new thing for you?" And they pointed to the bike lanes, the green striping, and they said, "These things are amazing. We use El Camino all the time now." And it brought me so much joy to see that happening. And I felt such gratitude to my colleagues who worked so hard, staff and council members, to work with Caltrans to make that happen. My two questions are coming out of retail. We just had a retail committee meeting, which was excellent. We had an excellent presentation on what's happening on California Avenue and the notion of bikes riding down the middle of what is, from retail's perspective, meant to be a pedestrian boulevard, walkable, car-free street. You heard a public commenter or two mention the concern tonight, like, wait a minute. How can Cal Ave be that? We're trying to achieve that. We got planters, we're dealing with, what they're going to be allowed to build outside their restaurants. And, how are we going to really make that a place of economic vitality? And you have this concern about a cyclist sort of piercing through the middle of that and potentially, creating a dangerous situation for people of all ages, from seniors, as was mentioned in comment, to young children and everybody in between. And so I'd love to know what your thoughts are, because I know what they said in retail. So I'd love to know what the Department of Transportation's thoughts are about that particular intersection, that particular crash point. My second question is about Cubberley and our intended, our hopes and dreams and plans and expectations for Cubberley. It was wonderful to see San Antonio Road contemplated from Alma all the way to East Bay Shore and beyond, clearly taking into account what's planned for that corridor. When you look perpendicularly from San Antonio from Middlefield, passing Cubberley, maybe going all the way to Mitchell Park, we're going to have another sort of new corridor of people coming from the very south end of the city to this new community center, assuming it goes the way we hope it will. You've got a major library just one block beyond. I couldn't quite tell. I know there's a lot of concerns about protected bike lanes on Middlefield. My particular interest is in that segment from, I will call, Meadow south, or technically that's not south, but Meadow toward San Antonio, and whether that was, I didn't see it on the list, and wondered if we're sufficiently anticipating the future bike ped traffic that will come if we do end up building a real destination community center in Cubberley. And that's it for my questions. But I would like answers in the remaining time available.
We will try our best to answer those questions at the level I think that we are. So Office of Transportation is having discussions with the city manager's office and folks leading the Cal Ave and Ramona Street efforts around how to best moderate speed on Cal Ave. Obviously, we've heard from the residents around the concerns around the mixing of facilities or uses. And so we are shaping up recommendations around how to moderate speeds, not just on the car-free street itself, but also the intersections, keeping in mind that we can't just install speed tables, if you will, because it is still very much a pedestrian environment as well. So we're looking at potential vertical delineations on the street that potentially could be moved during special events such as the farmers market, and looking at also alternative routes and solutions for special events, such as what's mentioned, using Cambridge as an example, and detouring the cyclists during special events. So there are a variety of solutions. We haven't landed on the specific ones that we want to use, but we're looking at the best practices around these car-free environments.
So may I just clarify that Cambridge is being considered as the alternative only for special events, rather than as an alternative to Cal Ave being the through line from the train station to El Camino?
Correct.
Okay. I'd love the thoughts on the Middlefield.
Right. So the thoughts on the Middlefield, and we're also excited around the conversations around Cubberley. The conversations that staff has had with the project team leading the Cubberley effort is to ensure that active transportation is considered not just within the site and through the site, but also getting to the site as well. And we've already pointed them to some of the recommendations that we're proposing in this BPTP update around the locations, such as the middle field, protected bike lane, but also just calling out some of these site-specific locations that we can use to link to the existing network, such as Nelson Drive. There's a cut through on Cubberley that links to Nelson Drive, as well as the link to the adjacent shopping center. So having those early conversations with Cubberley folks and looking to introduce the active transportation concepts in their concepts as well.
Thank you. And I'll just close by asking the city manager, perhaps, I really feel like we're on a collision course between what y'all are recommending after much thorough study and what we're hearing on retail committee about the future of Cal Ave in terms of the suitability of bikes in an area intended not to be a thoroughfare, but sort of a casual strolling place where humans can hang out. I'm not sure you can resolve that tonight. I'm just noting the collision course, unless I'm wrong. I think we're on a collision course.
Well, I would say ultimately, these are policy decisions, and we had very clear direction from council to accommodate bikes on Cal Ave. And as has been noted, the staff is figuring out how to make that work as best as it can. Ultimately, if council were to say Cal Ave is not, at least the car-free portion of it is not intended to be a bike route, then again, staff will figure out how to make that work as well.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about a few areas that I hadn't seen included in the perspective plans. One is any mention of Sand Hill Road. Is there a reason that that's not looked at as a protected lane, given it's a pretty high bike volume and very few curb cuts? Any reason that's not included? Even I couldn't even find it in the original longer list.
Correct. We are not recommending any improvements to Sand Hill Road at this time. Amanda, do you want to speak to potential?
I'm interested in the why.
Right. There is an adjacent multi-use path on Sand Hill Road. So the recommendation was not to move forward with any recommendations on it.
Well, I'll just note that I ride occasionally both on the multi-use path, which is kind of a meandering path, and then on the road where really the high volume of riders, and it's a lot of volume of riders that go up into Sand Hill Road and Alpine Road, and those are more recreational riders that are not going to be on the multi-use path. So I encourage that to be re-examined. On San Antonio Road, I didn't see any mention of San Antonio Avenue, which connects from, I don't know what street, but out to Alma, and potentially even into the underpass that goes to the San Antonio station. Is that being considered as part of the network linkage to the off-road path that's being considered on Alma?
The short answer is yes. Hard to see here, but the San Antonio Road proposal, as it nears the San Antonio Caltrain station, it does shift into using San Antonio Avenue to access Alma.
Okay. And then I didn't see Stanford Research Park really included in the plan changes to any significant degree. There are some proposals on the map, and I asked, I hope everybody saw it, I asked our clerk to give us maps that we could really decipher. although the printing on this axed out all the names for some reason. So I do see some efforts in the research park. I'm particularly concerned with the network that would connect our residents to the research park from especially in the greater Midtown area, the Midtown crosstown route that would use the underpass that we're planning in the vicinity of Loma Verde through through the NVCAP area, and then the council 3 years ago had given support to exploring the off-road path that would prospect that would be between the south edge of the research park from El Camino to Bull Park in a 40-foot Valley Water right-of-way. That a year ago, we had discussion at the rail committee about bike route connectedness and raised this issue. And it was told to us that no, that had been dropped from consideration because there was some neighborhood opposition to that. And again, the rail committee unanimously said, no, that was a council direction to have that explored. And we think it's an important part of the network connecting South Palo Alto to the Bull Park path, to Gunn High School, and to the research park. And yet it's again appears to be completely eliminated, not put as an option or not an option, but not even there for consideration. I'm real concerned about that. When council gives direction on something, that doesn't mean we won't reconsider it based on staff and consultants' recommendations. But I don't understand how it gets eliminated from consideration when we've twice had council direction. And then I did see that as it relates to the bicycle boulevards, my understanding is that we had in the latest comp plan a change in the wording of the comp plan that basically eliminated language that encouraged the things that I was glad to see you cited as a framework for bike boulevards and modal filters and speed humps. So is it the understanding that we need to get that comp plan language modified this year so that it would enable some of these modal restrictions?
Short answer is yes. Not all, but yes. There are other interventions that we could look to install in the meantime as we work on that policy. Think of some of the slow street interventions that you're seeing in many cities that don't entirely close the traffic with modal filters, but use flex posts.
Oh, no, my question was just whether we needed to have the comp plan modification for the modal filters. And yes, I understand that there are other measures we could take in the meantime.
Short answer is yes. And then just really quick, I wanted to circle back on your question around Chamales Drive. Staff will definitely look into council's action on that. It is our understanding that council did consider alternatives, yet ultimately did not move forward on a recommendation. However, we are here today, and one of the questions that we have before you is there projects that staff should consider that were not on the list, or projects that we should reconsider? This could be a good candidate. Councilmember Burt, I do just want to note that we did add the project to the list for consideration, and we are calling it the Bull Park Path Extension, Chamales Drive, and trying to understand not only where it would fall on our priority list, but also council's direction on whether or not to move forward with that and prioritize it, just like any other projects on the list.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Liu.
Thank you.
Just one question about framing. So how does the quick build program in the BPTP and Safe Actions Plan intersect with some of the projects we're looking at here? Is that a potentially separate set of projects, or can you just elaborate a little bit?
Yes, thank you for the question. There's a lot of material shared. One of them was a non-ranked projects list that includes a column that calls out which projects could be quick build candidates. So we've already started to identify those projects that can start off as quick build and then look to move to more infrastructure, concrete, things like that. So we have started to identify some of those.
Yes, and I saw there's that kind of brief mention of quick builds in the staff report, but for things like traffic calming or getting more raised crosswalks or daylighting or radar speed signs, these things that do improve just bicycling safety and quality of life, but aren't maybe so much part of a net, changing the design of a street, but are part of the network. Like how, those projects are missing from this plan by and large. So how should we think about that?
Right, great question. And I think something that we realized through this process, and as we're asking the community to provide feedback, is that folks have feedback or really these spot improvement suggestions that may not necessarily be most appropriate for a visioning document, yet need a place for us to be able to facilitate that. So we have the city's existing 311, which could be a place for the review of some of those improvements. But staff is exploring best practices around how cities can collect this type of information going forward. There's a variety of best practices, one of which we found is having an interactive map, for example, ongoing on the city's website that allows folks to geocortex specific locations that they want those spot improvements, and we can then take that information on an annual basis, if you will, and work with our public works department to implement those as well. So just looking at best practices around how we continue to collect that information beyond long-range planning efforts.
So I certainly think quick build can be a spot improvement, but comprehensively daylighting or safe routes to school or other major conflict points, or consistently building raised crosswalks throughout the city, that's a long-term policy decision, right? And so some of that is kind of sprinkled throughout the plan. Like on Bryant Boulevard, we're saying we will have maybe speed bumps with a little bike cut through, and we'll have these other strategies, basically quick build strategies that we'll sprinkle here. But I see that on Bryant, but I don't see that in other places, and just don't know whether those kinds of projects I should be flagging now or leaving to later.
So we definitely want to hear about any other projects that you want us to consider. That's one of the questions that we have for you tonight. Now, the city does have the traffic calming program as well that allows neighborhoods to petition for the city to consider different improvements. So there is that avenue as well. And so like I mentioned, in addition to the existing, we'd love to hear your thoughts on which projects or corridors we should consider as well.
Okay, I can give more comments there in a second. I was a little bit confused about how some of the projects were scoped, like the Park Boulevard Bike Boulevard, so Boulevard 24 and Boulevard 24B. I just wanted to confirm, what is actually changing and what the exact scope is. I understand that there's some extensions we can make at the north or south end, but the way the project was described kind of made it sound like, I think the words like create new bike boulevard, quote unquote, were used. So can you just clarify how we should think about those projects that overlap with existing facilities?
Yes, great question. One of the questions that I kind of thought to myself too, and just at a high level, because obviously we do have our clear definition for a bike boulevard, but in conversations with folks in the community, I started to really ask myself, like, when is a bike boulevard a bike boulevard? And that came out of a community bike ride we did last year, where a young gal was riding with us for miles, and everyone kept talking about bike boulevards and how amazing they were. And she just simply raised her hand and asked a question around, like, what is a bike boulevard that everyone's talking about? And so really it brought this light to me around, like, well, if we're talking about it really in our own silo. And so all that to say that bike boulevards look different on every street in Palo Alto, and they look different in every community. And it's just really context specific to what type of recommendations go on different bike boulevards. And so specific to Park Boulevard, there are areas where we can look to really define that it really is a bike boulevard, either through stencils or other traffic calming interventions, but really look to make it a true bike boulevard, to fill that gap between that currently on Park Boulevard that maybe doesn't feel like it's necessarily a bike boulevard. And that's really the southern portion of Park Boulevard. So I guess it really, it's going to depend when we move to the design phase of the project.
Yes. Okay. So I guess it's those projects that scope are really just improving some of the incremental parts that are weaker on those bike boulevards, which makes sense. And yeah, that is my time. So I'll come back with comments in a minute.
Councilmember Rectal.
Yeah, first, let me say thank you before I go into my list of complaints. But thank you. I think overall you're doing a really good job. I can bike almost anywhere in the city. I feel safe. It's enjoyable. So thank you. First question is, why the big streets? We have this really good streets like Park and Bryant, in either places like Cowper, that you can bike really nicely. Why do I need to mess around with Middlefield?
Yes, and we can probably all take a turn at this, but I think at the highest level, it's not really an or in all situations. I think Middlefield, as you heard from many of the speakers, is a corridor that has a lot of opportunity, not just to connect between regional neighboring cities, yet also there are key destinations and schools on Middlefield. So it's not a matter of getting folks close to those key destinations. It's a point-to-point getting folks to those key destinations safely.
For example, if I'm at Mitchell Park and I want to go to Midtown, I'm going to go over to Cowper and take Cowper down to Midtown. I'm not going to take on Middlefield, even if there's bike lanes there. I mean, I don't like riding with traffic.
Right.
The PTC rep mentioned, but we try and separate bikes and cars for safety reasons. But also for me, it's enjoyable. I don't want the fumes. I don't want to see the cars. I want the canopy that's over on Cowper, and I want an enjoyable, safer ride. And that's why I'm going to take Cowper. And so I don't see putting anything in Middlefield what that buys me, really.
Right. And I think we've heard the same from folks on El Camino Real when that conversation was coming up. And really, it's a matter of preference. We also see it as a project that will bring a facility to a neighborhood that also deserves a facility. Middlefield residents, you heard from some tonight, also deserve to have a facility that is safe in their neighborhood. Just wanted to note that some of the feedback that we received from tabling of activities or just general meetings were concerns around cut through traffic, but really not a concern to reduce cut through traffic, but trying to understand where the cut through traffic would come from as they were trying to avoid 101, and they would use Middlefield, and folks were questioning around where that traffic would go. And from a city standpoint, we want to make sure that Middlefield is neighborhood street. It's a street for Palo Alto, not necessarily used as cut through. And some of the other feedback that we received around Middlefield was concerns around loss of parking and how that loss of parking could affect their service providers, such as landscapers, folks that clean the pool, caregivers, and things like that. And those are all valid points, I think, for folks to bring up. What I will say is that we found that protected bike lanes significantly improve ridership, as well as enhance the safety. And when you enhance the safety of one mode, you enhance the safety of all modes. Think like a rising tide lifts all boats in that idea. So while Middlefield may be tough to visualize a new type of Middlefield moving forward, think about streets that used to be 2 lanes in each direction, such as Cal Ave, maybe 20 years ago. And now we're having a conversation around car free. So
Penny Elson, in their public comment, I thought made a very good point. There are some places where you don't have parallel streets. And so Charleston Rosadero, I thought, was a really good development. That was worth our money. If we have Copra, I don't see Middlefield being worth our money. I'd rather put that money down to San Antonio, where it's going to be more needed. We're adding thousands of units down there. And so if we had infinite money, yeah, maybe make Middlefield into more of a bike-friendly environment. But if we have limited resources, I don't see the benefit.
I hear that. And as you see in attachment D, the Middlefield project is not on our ranked list.
Okay, thank you. The other thing, I am almost out of time here, the high injury network. One thing I really want to be careful about is quite often you'll see we have a bunch of accidents here. Is it because someone's riding on Middlefield, let's say, or are they crossing Middlefield? And we just can't look at the dots and say we have to put bike lanes in this area. We have to say, why are those accidents happening? And is it because the crossings are dangerous, or that people are actually biking there and we need to improve the biking all along the stretch? So, okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Vinker.
Thank you. And I want to add my thanks to staff for compiling all of this. It's a lot of prior documents, a lot of current analysis, a lot of community input from a lot of groups. So thank you. It's exciting to look forward and see what we hope will be. I wanted to pick up a little bit where Councilmember Rekdal left off, specifically with Middlefield, but sort of the other end than what we've been talking about. I'm curious about, I think it's PBL 11D, because it's 11A through D, because Middlefield goes through a lot of different types of neighborhoods in our town. And the needs both of the residents, be they businesses or homes, are different, and the needs of those cycling along them are different. So I wanted to focus, D is between San Francisco Creek on our border with Menlo Park down to Embarcadero. And even within that, there's a lot of different types of zones. And so if we think of, and I believe along there that there aren't bike lanes now in much of it, especially up around University, because I tried to go to my dentist in Menlo Park just across the creek, and it was pretty rough. And I was trying to figure, do I go parallel here? Do I go parallel there? But eventually you got to get on Middlefield to get across to Menlo Park. So it was treacherous, I would say. So I guess what I'd like to know is, I see on the big map here that the proposed is a class 4 separated bikeway, I believe, on that. And could you tell me a little bit about how you envision that? Because, for example, the photo in the slide is of a one-way bike lane with the physical barrier, but can we not also have two-way bike lanes on one side and take out just one lane or one side of parking or something? And so have you yet gotten that far, or is that something TBD for that portion of Middlefield?
It's TBD, and we're cautious to design the projects at this time, and we let the community know that we would consider all of those elements that you mentioned, whether it's two-way or consider parking reconfiguration or lane reconfiguration to be very transparent.
Yeah, because I think that we, like you, need to be open-minded that it doesn't mean just one thing. And there'll be more and less desirable things, ways we can do that along there. And different types of trade-offs depending on whether you put both on one side or pull that out of both sides. And I was also wondering because when I first saw sort of the two-way separated, bike lanes, the class 4, in active use was actually in our sibling city of Bloomington, Indiana, and it's right down near their square. They have this downtown, and it's incredibly effective because the way they've figured it out, where there's like bus pullouts, and I talked a little bit about this when we were doing the ECR bike lane conversation, but they also had at the intersections that were big enough to have traffic lights, they had bike traffic lights that were offset in time a little bit, like sometimes we do with pedestrians, right? And so, but they had the pedestrian walk, they had the bike go, and then the car go. And it was actually really effective to help transition that, because a bike might be turning right and a pedestrian is there just like a car could if a bike wants to go straight. So actually, are we looking at those things as well, like different traffic lights along with just the hard infrastructure?
Yes, and we do have a local example at Caltrain station. You have the bike signal. At Lytton and Alma, it's tough to see at the signal, but there is one there, and you could call it our proof of concept.
Excellent. Okay, terrific. Because I just think to live into this, we're going to have to look at all of these different bells and whistles to balance the concerns of residents with bike riders and safety. But my question is about the Middlefield improvements. They were all ranked at 65s, which puts them not in the 70s, which puts them not in the priority list. So if they were not to be lifted up and done, or if there were not leftover time and resources to do it, because I noted you said if we had more, you'd move down the list. What happens? Does it stay on this network, but it's just that part where there's nothing, or do we move it, downgrade it to, regular old bike lanes, or what is if it doesn't hit 70, or if we don't go down to it, what happens?
Great question. Part of this exercise is to develop the bicycle network map and the bicycle facilities map, which I think is the one that was printed in front of you. So think of that as our vision if the network was built out. And so we still want to keep that as maybe our guiding vision map without removing or downgrading the lines, really, because just looking at that comprehensively.
I mean, yes, I see this as kind of the vision document, right. But if just as I started with, the different chunks of Middlefield are not the same now, so what makes them safe or connective is different too. Like if you leave the parts that we have bike lanes on right now, so between Embarcadero and Oregon, for example, if you left them as is, they're functional bike lanes. But the part that I was trying to ride through to get to my dentist was not. So would we treat parts of those differently, or would we just leave it all as is?
Well, we broke it out, as you saw, for example, the Middlefield, there's A, B, C, D, to consider the different sections of the corridor independently. As you noted, though, they did not score above 70, so they're not moving into our ranked list.
Yeah, I guess what's interesting to me is they're very differently situated right now, and they all have the exact same score. Now, that could be they have different inputs that added up to the same, per chance. But I think if we left them as is, we have we're losing the connectivity, because some of them have bike lanes and some of them don't. And I understand the vision is to have all of it have the class 4, but I'm wondering if there's some intermediary thing where there's something we can do for the parts that don't have anything.
Thanks, Councilmember. We wouldn't do something less
I don't think we would do something less than what we've suggested, because what we've suggested is based on current safety guidelines. So we wouldn't put in a regular bike lane because we couldn't put in a protected bike lane, because whatever is needed there is the thing that is needed there. But at the same time, I just want to clarify something. There are no bike lanes on Middlefield Road north of Embarcadero or north of Oregon, except for the little piece of California Avenue. But that is a parking lane. What is marked there is a parking lane that you had just said there was a bike lane. It's not a bike lane, it's a parking lane. And so people who bike in that are biking in a parking lane. They're biking in the door zone, which we do not recommend. Got it. But south of Oregon, there is that or not? I can't remember. South of Loma Verde is where the
Loma Verde
bike lanes begin, yes.
Okay, and sorry, last question. Is it all or nothing then that you would have protected bike lane A through D, or could you do it a chunk at a time?
We probably could do it in some locations. So where we do have protected bike lane right at the middle school, that fits according to, the guidelines we have, but we're going to follow the safety guidelines. We're not going to put something in there that it doesn't belong.
Okay, very helpful. Thank you. I think I'm out of time.
Okay, thank you. I think one of the things I want to talk about as a big picture item is that one of the main goals here is to get people out of cars and onto a bike. And to do that sort of analysis of who you target, in my view, the biggest segments to target are the non-enthusiasts, because the enthusiasts, you're hearing from some of them, and they're good. They're good. We're all good. And they want regional connection, which I don't think non-enthusiasts really care that much about. They're deciding whether they want to get out of a car at all. Some can't. Some just don't like it. Some don't like to get sweaty or mess up their hair. I mean, whatever the reason, they don't like to do it. But then there might be some incentive to, go with the kids to have breakfast or things like that. If we're going to change this whole mode thing, that's where we have to go to get the most conversion. One of the public speakers who is a bike enthusiast said that we have audacious goals for mode transfer, and we do. So I think we have to do things in the whole plan here that's going to appeal to them, even primarily, I would say, because that's who we're going to get to do the conversions. If we don't do that, I just don't think we're going to make it. And then the second thing that we've been talking about already is that in addition to just the bikes, there are other considerations that we have to take into account, as always with issues. Parking, trash cans that are getting in the way, which actually interrupts the safety of the lane. And we've talked before, we talked during the El Camino Real discussion with Caltrans that, just paint is fine, but without bollards, so, it's not as safe. And with bollards, some non-bikers would say, I still don't want to get out there because a car can come over and run into me. So we just have to address all those realities if we're going to try to get people excited about this. So you state honestly right away, we've been talking about this so far, this is a significant departure from 1212 because it embraces arterials with separated facilities, reading on page 92. And you make a value statement that they should be able to get to every destination in the city on foot or by bike with minimal deviation from direct path. And when facilities are not provided, people will often continue to use the direct route, regardless of whether it is safe or comfortable. I totally believe that in terms of the data. I totally believe that. But I think it's our responsibility to give them a safer path, where the direct path may be there, but we have this, side street that is addresses some of the other criteria here that actually Councilmember Rechtel just talked about. I don't want to smell fumes. I don't want to hear the noise. I don't want to get the dirt. I want to see what you talk about in here, looking at the trees and going through a shady area. And I think that's more appealing to the non-enthusiast, and we should look for ways to increase that. And I'm making the statement that increasing it by moving them off of the bigger streets is the way to do that. I live off of Embarcadero and not too far from Middlefield, so those are really busy. I've got bikes every day coming down my street. I don't think of that as an intrusion, the cut through as an intrusion. I think of it as a positive. It's very neighborly. I think seeing kids and adults on bikes. So I think, I know this is going to sound like going the wrong way, but encouraging neighborhood inclusions is a good thing, because I think, less exotic kind of bikers would be more able to tolerate that. And when you talk further in these things about bike lanes that are only used certain hours and stuff like that, that kind of puts another layer of hesitation, I think, on that. So on page 117 and 19, you talk about big streets. We've been talking about that before, but I think one of the risks that you have there, and maybe your data doesn't show this, but you could have big, beautiful bike lanes that are empty, big, beautiful bike lanes if people don't want to go there. So we make the investment and then we only get the enthusiasts and everybody's happy about that, but we don't really increase the modal transfer. That really hasn't been a success in terms of the big goals that we're trying to talk about here. So when you said tonight in your presentation that the goal is to embrace big streets, I don't. Not for this objective that I'm talking about. I understand fully why it's cool and helpful to have direct and multi-cities connected if that's the kind of biker you are. But I just don't think that's really our sort of target market, if you will. And the issue of residents potentially giving up space to park or their trash cans, inconvenience, and so on, it is a real issue. This is actually a Payback member wrote to us and said, in the downtown area, to really meet our needs, we really have to take out, half or all of the parked cars on a few streets. So again, I just raise that because it raises a bigger issue. Downtown is already probably going to give up some cars for the University Avenue streetscape. The state has said that they have to give up parking spaces for new housing that's coming up because it's not really needed anymore. And so they're already sort of under siege there. And to then shift and put too much priority on, biking downtown, which would cause this, is just another, big trade-off that I think we have to take very, very seriously. And I want to make one other comment in this first 5 minutes that is on the subject, but it's very short term. And that is things like Mr. Steinberg spoke about, and the one who talked about painting red curbs and doing, this is the stuff that we want in the plan. And we can get it done in a shorter period of time than 5 years, and certainly not 10 years where Bryant has already been. So I hope we're getting those priorities in there. They're not that hard, and I hope then that they're getting prioritized in the shorter term. So happy to do a second round for those who want to chime in. Councilmember Rectal.
Okay, it must be Festivus because I'm airing the grievances right now. So let's see. First off, I think a really high priority is the undercrossing under the train and connecting that up through the Research Park to the Bull Park bike path. We have a lot of kids at Midtown that go to Gunn, and right now they route down to Meadow, where they cluster at Meadow, and that's just, the more bikes you have at an intersection at one time, the more dangerous it is. So if we can get an undercrossing and then route them, and Councilmember Burt talked about that Valley Water easement over Matadero, that would be an excellent connection. And you now could get from Midtown to Gunn with one traffic light. That might just be a hawk light even. So that would be a really good thing. I think that's a high priority for me. As the mayor mentioned, the traffic calming on Bryant, I think that's a high priority. When I bike downtown on Bryant, it's really nice until I get downtown, and then there's cars passing me all the time. And it's a bike boulevard first. I think we really want to have that. E-bikes are the biggest opportunity and the biggest challenge, because they add so many good features. Seniors can use it now to bike. You can extend your range. Someone who's not a great biker still can go to work. So it's a wonderful opportunity, but they're just abused. People go too fast. They're not careful. And so can we get the good without getting the bad? And that's going to be a really good challenge, but I think we need to really pursue that because I think the upside is so good. You mentioned the rankings. These weighting factors, in XCAP we did this, and NVCAP we did this, and in the Parks Master Plan we did this, and it never worked on any of them. Coming up with a weighting factor and then quantitatively, unbiasedly, here's my unbiased answer. You looked at it, say, no, that's right. And so you play these games with tweaking these factors to get what you want. Well, if you know what you want, then just pick it. And I'd rather have the Sylvia meter where we give her a list and say, out of these lists, what's the top one that you would pick? Okay, now if you had a little more money, number 2, what would you pick? And I think she's going to do a better job than any weighting factor. So I just don't see the purpose. I think it ends up being theater. San Antonio, as mentioned earlier, I think that's a high priority. We're adding so many units down there. We really not only just along San Antonio, but the crossing at Middlefield and connecting then over to the other side across the street from the Orchard Supply. That there's a lot of challenges there, and there's going to be young kids that are living over there that want to get over to Green Meadow to play with their friends, and we have to make that safe. A bike theft. I've talked to a couple people now. It's only a couple, so I'm not sure if it's representative. They said they have to. When the kids go to the concerts up in San Francisco, they drive them to the train station instead of letting them bike because their bike will be gone when they get back from the concert. And so, bike theft does discourage people from biking, and so we really need to address that. And I know that's not your direct responsibility, but it affects your results. And so I think we really do have to look at bike theft. I liked in your criteria, the canopy coverage. I like that you said that. Ped bike collisions, I think that's good. One thing is like the percentage of the population or percentage of the area that's within 2 blocks of a bike route. I think that would be a good metric because you don't want big holes where you have to go 6 blocks to get to a bike route. And then that will help you guide to have a nice fine grid, but not overly fine because you want to hit the big gaps first. Yeah, dedicated bike routes and bridges. There's the Wilkie Way bike bridge. I use that all the time. And going over to San Antonio, I would drive sometimes if I didn't have that bike bridge. And the problem is that we've built up, and so we can't add new ones. But if any opportunity that we can add bike bridges and add connectivity, that's going to encourage both walkers and bikers, and that's a really good thing. Okay, additional Cambridge also for Cal Ave. Making Cambridge good is really important. When I was up in the research park and I would bike down to Molly Stone's, I would always take Cambridge. It was just a better bike route than going through Cal Ave. At that point I had cars, but it was just too much traffic. It was faster for me to go in Cambridge. And I think people find that even more so now with closed off Cal Ave. It'll be faster to even go a block out of your way and go down Cambridge and circle through. And coming from the research park to downtown, there's no added distance at all. You're just routing around the Cal Ave. So I think making Cambridge a high priority is really important. San Antonio, Cal Ave, friend. Yeah, that's it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few broad points first, and then I'll talk about some potential projects. So on quick build, I generally agree with Eric Norman's point about really compiling and building on small improvements. I also agree with the mayor in that we need to do quick build projects in a way that is actually quick and cost effective and does not depend on us for permission. Putting speed bumps on Bryant, putting with bike cutouts or other interventions, I think could have happened before and were the kind of project that I was worried that this planning would actually kind of delay. So we need to really develop our skills here, and we need consistent funding for this. And I would welcome requests in the next budget cycle. On quick build also, I'll just personally say that I'm comfortable losing parking spaces for quick build. I know that will vary based on the context and based on how the council overall feels, but I'll also just give that data point. On arterials, I think we should generally avoid arterials. I think there are exceptions or for arterials that have a lot of amenities, have a lot of people, and lack good substitutes. So lack parallel streets within, say, like 1,000 feet or something in that ballpark. So El Camino, Charleston, Meadow, Embarcadero, San Antonio, in my mind, are all promising candidates. But I think Alma or Oregon or Middlefield are not so compelling to me. There are substitutes, like for Oregon, you could use North California, or you could use the side street Oregon Ave. And so I think on balance, that is how to get people to destinations in a safe way, in a way that that is actually relatively cost effective and less disruptive. So on some specific projects, I would love for us to study an El Camino road diet, building on these bike lanes, which we know are pretty good and have bollards in a lot of places, but we also know probably are not the long-term end game. I think this came up a little bit when we're talking about the original Caltrans proposal about how we could follow up and then potentially ask Caltrans for more funding or work with them on a potential road diet that incorporates some parking, that fixes some of the issues with bus conflicts. That is a big study and a big ask, but I don't think it's something we should rule out. On traffic, on some other specific projects, I think traffic calming on Middlefield is really critical, especially in South Palo Alto, and especially in the area between Loma Verde and Meadow. There's over a half mile, 2 lanes on each side. Cars really go almost freeway speeds from what I can observe in that area, because it's just unbroken with no speed signs, no crosswalks, no stop signs. And looking at that area of Middlefield and other areas, I think is really important from a traffic calming perspective for pedestrians, also for cyclists who need to do like a last little bit on Middlefield. I don't think that calls for like a bike lane across that entire stretch of Middlefield, but just traffic calming. I think similarly, there could be traffic calming in the Mayfield neighborhood. There could be traffic calming on Lincoln. And I also just second other council members' points about connectivity, crossing the rail and Creek Corridor in South Palo Alto. So I know several of those points are already in the BPTP, but just wanted to bump those projects and voice my support for them.
Councilmember Stone.
Yeah, just keep it brief. I don't have anything really new to add. Just want to second what some others have said. I agree with what mostly align my thoughts with Councilmember Rectal and the mayor. I think prioritizing Cambridge over Cal Ave makes a lot more sense to me. I was a little torn in the beginning when we were first having these discussions, but the more I spend time on Cal Ave, the more I talk to business owners and residents and other organizers down there, it just does not seem consistent with what we're trying to create as a more pedestrian friendly. So understand from what the city manager was saying earlier about maybe staff feeling like they were kind of boxed in on previous council direction. If that's something that we need to revisit, I think it's something that we should consider. Especially it'd be helpful from staff to understand how much of a constraint and how difficult is that making our kind of Cal Ave vision. So I think better understanding that would be great. If we do go forward with allowing bicycles on Cal Ave, I don't like the idea of, I do like the idea of limiting for special events. I don't think it should be limited to special events though, especially when we get to the point of our future more permanent version of Cal Ave, I think then maybe cutting it off on Friday nights and just and weekends could make more sense than maybe keeping it open for commute times during the week. So just some thoughts there, but prioritizing Cambridge, good idea. Completely agree. Prioritizing adjacent streets to Middlefield and other arterials. I think El Camino is very different than a lot of those other arterials around the city, because I believe, like El Camino, there are not convenient side streets that you can quickly kind of jump off onto a convenient bike boulevard and ride down, where that's not the case with Middlefield and Embarcadero and Oregon. It's much easier to be able to drop off to one of those side streets, and it's a very short detour. And at the times that I will ride my scooter or bike, I live right off of Middlefield. I agree with Councilmember Rectal. I never go down Middlefield, and I just quickly jump over to Ross. It's a 30-second, 1-minute detour, but it's so much nicer. I feel safer. I understand we would be putting in, or at least considering, bike lanes. So yeah, sure, that would make the Middlefield experience feel safer, but I think the experience not worth it, and not worth likely the price tag when we are having to make some difficult decisions on what we prioritize. And then I agree on just some of the kind of low-hanging fruit that the mayor talked about. I think painting red curbs near intersections, especially in kind of more school zones, makes a lot of sense. I'm sure I'm like a lot of people where I forget that that's new state law exists. It's not I understand it's not at all intersections. It kind of depends the direction the traffic is going. So sometimes when I park, I'm a little confused on exactly where I can and cannot park. So I think that would be, I think it would be helpful. And I think I'm curious too. I'm sure the police department, I'm sure it's too early now, but kind of what maybe difficulties PD's having on enforcing it. How frequently are they seeing people violate that law? Could also help us better understand how much of a prioritization that might need, but it doesn't seem like that would be such a huge lift. Okay, those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Microphone number 2. Thank you. Vice Mayor Vinker.
Thank you, and I'll be brief since the microphones are wearing out. First of all, +1 to Cambridge. I'll just leave it at that. And +1 to the east-west connections across the Caltrain corridor being a priority. You know, it going around it in a car is one thing. Going around it in a bike is another. It takes you way out of your way. But some of the things we have now, like near Cal Ave, the bikes and peds are in the same thing, and it's a little dicey. So I don't know if they can be separate as we cross that Caltrain corridor. Like somehow the peds and the bikes aren't intersecting like they are now, because that can get a little dicey. Third thing, and I know you'll do this as we progress through, but I just want to mention it, which is make it really obvious where the bike should go. There are a couple places in town where I got to tell you, every time I ride through them, I think, okay, I should be here. No, I should be here. There's just a couple, and I've put some comments and things, but that kind of undoes the safety factor, because you're just overthinking and you may end up in the wrong spot if it's not super obvious. Finally, on this arterials versus side street bike boulevard thing. Yeah, I mean, I too prefer the non-arterials, but sometimes it's a little tough to avoid them. I think Embarcadero would be awfully hard to do. And I don't think we need them on all of Middlefield, but again, where I was talking about in the northern part of the city, if you're coming from east of Middlefield, it's kind of, and north of Embarcadero, you're kind of going at funny angles to get yourself up to Menlo Park. And I think there we should consider it. Because I'm not, I wish I were a bike enthusiast, but I'm not quite that level, but I aspire to be. So I do ride sometimes around, and I'm trying to get there, but I'm finding some of the lack of safety and the lack of connection when I'm really trying to go, not just for pleasure, but to an appointment or something, are a deterrent. So I'm kind of trying to not just get out of my car, but get from one level of bicyclist to another. And so some of these things that would make me feel safer and more connected would really make a difference. So thank you for all your efforts. I think this is going to be great when we get there.
Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, so first I want to echo the mayor and several others who have said that first that we have a priority to help achieve mode shift, but we have a second priority to provide safety for existing riders. I think it's those two things. But on that mode shift theme, I really agree that people who are going to become riders or occasional riders are not going to be favoring the big streets where there are problems with speed differentials, high volumes of cars, and then two particular safety problems, which is where we have curb cuts and broadside accident potentials, and where the bicyclist has to figure out where they're going to make a left turn, when they're going to make a left turn. That is a very dangerous proposition. And so I appreciate that there are some circumstances where the big streets will need to have support, but I agree. I would not put it as our priority. One mention that Vice Mayor Vinker had talked about is getting to Menlo Park. We actually have Gwynedd and Fulton plus Byron that are great parallel streets, but then the last couple hundred yards from Palo Alto Avenue to Woodland are the problem. We actually have two southbound lanes on that little section, one northbound lane, and I don't know whether that's a potential cure, but hello. Okay. I also want to support the need to do other improvements on bike boulevards, specifically Bryant north of Embarcadero, all the way to Menlo Park. It really has too much car traffic, and there are means that we can do to reduce that, and I think that needs to be prioritized. I did want to mention on Cal Ave, the current recommendation from the council already is to prioritize Cambridge as the through traffic bike route. It's not to have Cal Ave be the through traffic bike route. It's to have Cal Ave be a slow bike lane for destinations there primarily. And that the intention was that we'd put speed limits, we'd put restrictions. Now, whether that's the right thing to do or not, I just want to clarify that that already is the direction the council had given. And then I do want to endorse really getting the red painted curbs on a lot of places. I think that's one of the most valuable safety measures and lowest cost ones we can do. This question of return on investment, that's a real high return. It's a quick win, and we should do it. Along with working with Waze, Google, and Apple Maps on making sure that they're not directing cars down our bike boulevards. We had to do this through Caltrain on changes at Churchill for them as well. On e-bikes, they are a great enabling capability for those who are needing that to expand their use of bicycling, but the level 3 or whatever the non-pedal assisted are very problematic. We are seeing, as other communities are, that they're being treated by teens as basically motorcycles, electric motorcycles. And we have to take this on. Other cities are already doing that. It's complicated, but we got to take it on. And some of that is enforcement, but it is a rapidly growing, dangerous problem. And a lot of us have been just shocked by what we're seeing in recent months. It's really accelerating. I did want to mention that one of the things I didn't see in there was this connectedness to transit as a key issue. And the inability to have a safe route to the northbound trains at University Station is a problem. And I may be the only one who regularly rides to the train station from the east side of the tracks. But we have, about 50, 75 yards from the Homer Tunnel to where we start the Caltrain parking lot that has no bike path. And there are other complications to it through that parking lot, but I think that needs to be a priority. There's a term for it, T intersections, but there's a biking term for it, where we have a through street with a stop sign and a street coming in perpendicular, and cars have to stop. But there's no threat to the bike there if there was either a lane, it simply said bikes go through, or a curb protection or whatever. There's a term for that, but they are all over town. I had prior officials say, oh, can you point one out to me? And they're just all over the place, and I don't see them identified. And what we basically have is bike riders ignore a stop sign, and we need to make sure it's safe and validate that there's no need to stop in most of those circumstances. And whether it's to provide a curb protection or just other indication, I think is important. And I do want to just, maybe someone mentioned the path that is behind Pally and things. This issue of shared bike and ped paths. We don't have a great opportunity to widen it, but we do have ability to widen it by a foot or two, which really will make a difference for when we have pedestrians and bikes trying to share that path. Just another foot or two would really matter. There was also a question raised about the value of community eyes and ears, that we have this system of the 311 responses. And I'm concerned that we really have inconsistent response there. And early on when we adopted that, I think we had data that showed the timeliness of an initial response and then the follow-up more substantive response. And it should be really by department, because a public works issue is different from a transportation one. But I really think that we need to embrace that, because we have thousands of eyes and ears that see things that our city staff can't be out there day in, day out, observing the way the community can. So I think that's really important. And I think that covers my comments. Thank you very much.
Transportation team, there you have it.
Thank you all.
Yeah, really, thanks for your work thus far. It's a lot of work. Thank you very much. Our next item is the consent calendar. Yeah. Yes. Any comment on consent?
No requests to speak and no hands are raised for consent calendar items 4 through 11.
Okay. In that case, I would entertain a motion for 4 through 11 unless there's any votes to pull.
Second.
All right. We have a second and a third, so you can call the roll.
All right, so I'll have moved by Councilmember Burt, seconded by Councilmember Rechtel. And calling the vote. Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Lowling,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt, Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Yes.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Councilmember Rechtel.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Thank you, council team. I see there's a question from the city manager.
Only to note that you're not done yet. You have city manager comments. I get to be the main event of the night.
I thought we already adjourned. No, just kidding. You gave it up last week, so we'll give you a shot this week.
Exactly.
All right.
I think I've got 2 weeks stored up. I may need to take an hour. Next slide, please.
In that case, we are adjourned.
Mayor says it. I mean, I think it's the rule. All right, just really quickly, May was Mental Health and Awareness Month, but given that, National Mental Health Month. Despite that, we are continuing and do want to take an opportunity to promote a number of programs run largely through community partners. So here, City of Palo Alto, or excuse me, I got my web address wrong, paloalto.gov/mental health resources for all. Boy, if you can turn that into a shortcut, that doesn't quite qualify. But again, really important resources for community members. Next slide, please. Looking forward, month of June, a number of community engagement events and opportunities, including our neighborhood town hall for Palo Alto Hills and connected or nearby neighborhoods, Coverly, community meeting coming up, as well as a number of items listed here throughout the month of June. But again, we're as active as ever in June. Next slide, please. Also, this past weekend's warm up is a good reminder to us to pay attention to hot weather safety. We have a number of tips as well as resources on our city website, paloalto.gov/hotweathersafety. Next slide, please. Then finally, looking forward, and I will take a moment to note this, I believe, picked up on the change that was earlier this evening. So the SB 1123 temporary emergency ordinance was not heard tonight. It will be heard next week, June 9th, the first bullet here. Also, we have the Coverly study session and what's expected to be a relatively brief CDBG, CDBG annual action plan. The following weeks, what was scheduled to be your last meeting will be your second to the last meeting, June 16th, Monday. Again, quick weed abatement actions. Second, perhaps not so quick, budget actions. And really looking forward to the award of the construction contract for the Newell Road Bridge. And then finally, we are activating your June 17th meeting so that we can pay appropriate time to the California Avenue Outdoor Activation Guidelines. We'll also, be packing your Tuesday agenda with consent items, and we may have one or two closed sessions that evening as well. That's June 17th. So with that, that will then lead you to your July recess. And with that, Mayor, that covers my comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, that last meeting was necessary, but you're getting a shorter one tonight, so it was a good trade-off. All right, we stand adjourned. Thank you.